your account is closed and you have no mortgage with them, why are they taking their money?
They probably don't even realize they're doing it. And that's not an excuse, that's just negligence on their part.
These people are paying like $3,000 a month.
Yes? And last week they said that, she said she tried to pay the right bank for January and they wouldn't let her because she's in foreclosure. She'd have to pay the whole thing.
They can bite me. They're ridiculous. The system needs to be changed. And one can't talk to the other one or the other one or the other one. It's a breach.
Yeah, it's not.
And then they
That's
call,
just them
and
being
they get
stupid.
bounced all over, and they never get the right person, and then your account's closed.
Right, it's up.
Okay.
I'm just turning the sound off for a minute till you get everybody in here. So you can just turn on, keep the audio on and then
and those were never made. And so those
Didn't
came
I-
out
did-
at closing.
Was there a motion to enforce, I issued an order that, that he was to do that.
And
And there was a purge order. So you telling me it was never done?
he did not pay the 4 months, that came out at escrow, Your Honor. And if you may, Your Honor.
Wait. So there was an order issued, filed September 19th. And the order was for defendant Randall Peterson. He was sanctioned for, he was found in contempt. Sanctioned for a term of incarceration of 30 days and a fine of $1,500 to be paid within 45 days of the order.
And Your Honor, that was paid by Mr. Peterson.
Hold on. The term of incarceration and the fine may be purged on the condition he pay $1,259 for attorney fees incurred. Did he do that?
He did, Your Honor. He did purge to avoid jail,
Were
but
the March, April, May, and June of 2025 payments made by the
No.
defendant?
no, Your Honor.
Mr. Hinton?
Thank you, Your Honor. In February of
Did he make the payments? March, April, May, and June as I ordered in September?
Now, those were dealt with at the time of the sale,
Okay. Were they paid?
not by Mr. Peterson.
Are they paid?
They are now.
From closing, they were, Your Honor.
Okay. So now we have, that issue's taken care of.
Correct.
Now the issue is, these two apparently like coming back here because they can't figure out any way that this should be divided other than the complete opposite way. And so their agreement, when they settled this case, is the property would be sold, which was like dragging it took forever
It did.
to get to that point, okay? And you says it's all your fault, okay? And so now, their agreement was that it would be sold, placed in escrow, and it would be divided equally after offsets, if any, right?
Technically, what the order that you entered said is be governed by the terms of,
All right. So tell me what they then agreed to do.
so if we could not come to an amicable resolution, and the only resolution that the defendants have proposed.
Well, I don't care. If you can't come to a resolution, then what?
So we have a hearing today.
No, this is a motion to show cause.
Well, it's also in the alternative to enforce the settlement agreement. We can take evidence as to the payments that my client has made and as to the offsets under the holding of Thrasher versus Watts, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's not a motion to show cause, because there's no violation of the order at this point.
Well, your order also said you would reserve on any further findings. And our argument is, he was ordered to pay it and while he was living there, and to pay it out of escrow instead of paying it directly, that should have been, that
All
should
right.
not be an
This
offset.
isn't, the issue is, I don't know, how long has this case been going on?
Since 23, Your Honor.
When was it filed?
It was, I believe, December of 23, but I don't know the date offhand, Your Honor.
November 27th of 23.
Okay. All right. So So there is no motion to show cause, so that's dismissed.
Okay?
Okay. So now, you have a book of exhibits. Did you look at these exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And in fact, Your Honor, to interrupt, the appraisal and the closing statement have been stipulated to ahead of time, Your Honor.
That's somewhere in these
Yes,
exhibits?
that'd be Exhibit E and Exhibit F. The appraisal is when Mr. Peterson came on title, and then the closing statement, Exhibit F, is what the value was at the time of the sale in June of last year.
So you believe, how much is sitting in escrow?
About $195,000, Your Honor.
And you believe your client is entitled to what?
Honestly, Your Honor, all of it.
Honestly,
Honestly, all of it, because when she.
195,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the rationale for
And
that.
you believe your client is entitled to what?
50%. It's close to 98,000.
And Your Honor, if I may,
Nope, not yet. Okay, so the agreement, settlement agreement, says that the parties shall mutually divide the net proceeds of the sale, taking their respective contributions to the property into consideration, including but not limited to contributions for the down payment, mortgage payments, insurance, maintenance, and improvements, right?
correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So if he's not entitled to any money, if that's your position, why was that even included in the settlement agreement?
Because, Your Honor, when Thrasher versus Watts, which we.
Why was that included in the I don't give a shit about Thrasher.
Because we
versus
wanted to
Watts.
prove what we've put into it, and it's imperative to understand.
Okay, so did you know at the time of the settlement agreement that your position was he was entitled to nothing?
No, we wanted him to prove what he thought he was entitled to, Your Honor, and he hasn't done that. We bought the house in 2000.
Did you provide documents on what you believe he's entitled to?
Yes.
Okay, so to your satisfaction, he hasn't proven that.
Your Honor, if I may, the documents they provided were a two-page handwritten.
Okay, I don't care what they were, okay? Their obligation was to provide some proof that he's entitled to something. Your obligation was to provide some proof that she's entitled to something.
Correct,
If you can't agree, then here I am,
correct.
okay? So I don't care if you think that his list was horse shit, or if he thinks yours was horse shit, doesn't matter to me, okay? You want to argue to me without any type of evidence that it was a horse shit document he gave you.
Your Honor, we bought the house in 2011.
I don't
No, this
care.
is very important, Your
It's
Honor.
not important to me, okay? What's important to me, okay, is that you claim that you may be entitled to every penny from this thing, okay? He may be entitled to half of it, okay? So call your witnesses and let's get on with it.
Thank you, Your Honor. As
Now,
first-
we've got 7 other hearings this morning, too.
It will be quicker than you think, Your
All
Honor.
right, go ahead.
Thank you. As first witness, I would call Andrea Mackey.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
All right, go ahead.
All right, go on up.
You can stay there.
Okay, then use that exhibit book.
Okay.
All right, please state and spell your name for the record, Ms. Mackey.
Andrea Mackey, Andrea Mackey.
And at all times relevant, you were the owner of the property located at 11812 Paynesville Warren Road, Concord Township, Ohio, 44077, correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
yes,
You speak up so the judge can hear you and the court reporter can take it. And did you purchase that property on or about February 28th of 2012?
yes,
And was the purchase agreement for that entered into by you. Did you have a purchase agreement?
Yes.
Turn to Exhibit A, please. Is that the purchase agreement?
Yes,
And who is Andrew Janis?
my father,
So you and your father purchased a home on that date, correct?
yes,
And was the purchase price $150,000?
yes,
And did you personally make the earnest money deposit?
yes,
And that was for $1,000?
yes,
Was that mortgage taken out?
yes,
And did you make all the payments on that mortgage from that time? And we'll go into the next date, but did you make all the payments on that mortgage?
yes,
At that time, Mr. Peterson was not living with you or involved in any way with you, marriage-wise, correct?
correct,
And to this, you were never married to Mr. Peterson, correct?
correct,
At no time during any of this were you ever married, correct?
correct,
And so he made no payments at that time in 2012, correct?
correct,
And you have proof of those payments being made?
correct,
And those were attached to my October 31st motion as Exhibit E, and I also, if you turn to Exhibit B, are these documents that you provided?
yes,
And we provided those to the defendant and his counsel, correct?
yes,
What period of time does Exhibit B encompass?
From the time that Mr. Peterson, basically from the time that Mr. Peterson was involved in 2019, and prior payments on certain aspects, but the majority of the documents are from the time that Mr. Peterson and Ms. Mackey lived in the house
All right,
at,
I see one from, the first one, 7/1/25.
correct.
Do you have statements from Third Federal from?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Going back, how far from 7/1/25?
I believe from the beginning, she's provided every statement
So
ever
from
made in
12?
the house. Correct,
From 2012, what, April?
correct, all the way to 2025, when the house sold.
All right, go ahead.
In short, these documents prove the payments you made on this property, correct? Property in around February of 2012 officially, correct?
correct,
And if you turn to Exhibit C,
yes,
and Your Honor, that would obviously be self-authenticating through being a recorded document with the recorder's office. Mr. Peterson was not on that deed, correct?
correct,
Now, did there come a time that Mr. Peterson was placed on the title of the property?
yes,
And if you turn to Exhibit D, is that the document that shows Mr. Peterson becoming an owner of the property?
yes,
And that was on or about 12/5 of 19, correct?
correct,
And that document, Your Honor, we would argue speaks for itself as to the interests of the parties. So at that time, Mr. Peterson was added to the title, correct?
yes,
And at that time, were you married to Mr. Peterson?
no,
At any time from that point forward, were you married to Mr. Peterson?
no,
Now, was there an appraisal performed on the property on or around that time?
yes,
And if you turn to Exhibit E, this has been stipulated to, is that the appraisal that was done?
yes,
And in fact, your name and Mr. Peterson's name are on that, correct?
yes,
What's the date of the appraisal?
The date of that appraisal is September, I apologize, Your Honor, September 9th of 2019.
Okay.
Why was that appraisal obtained, Ms. Mackey?
for a new mortgage,
And that would have been a mortgage between you and Mr. Peterson?
yes,
And the appraised value of the house at that time was $309,072, correct?
yes,
And you purchased the property for $150,000, correct?
yes,
And so it was approximately 7 years from your first owning the property until Mr. Peterson became one of the title owners of the property, correct?
correct,
And you were living at the property during this time?
yes,
Now, at some point, the property was sold, correct?
yes,
And the judge had mentioned it was like a long process. Did you do anything to inhibit that throughout the process of the sale?
no,
And in fact, it was Mr. Peterson who wasn't cooperating, correct?
correct,
But the sale ultimately did happen, correct?
yes,
And the sale price was $392,250,000, correct?
correct,
392 what?
$392,250. So $392,250, Your Honor. And was the mortgage and equity line current at that time?
No,
How far behind were they?
4 months,
And was that March, April, May, and June of 2025?
yes,
And were those paid through at closing?
yes,
Was there a closing statement performed on this property?
yes,
Have you turned to Exhibit F, Your Honor, this has been stipulated to? Is that the closing statement, Ms. Mackey?
yes,
And the closing date was June 12th of 2025, correct?
correct,
And that document shows that currently, after costs and expenses, there is $194,796.36 being held by Conway Land Title, correct?
yes,
So again, Your Honor, it's $194,796.36. And that amount is still being held in escrow today, awaiting an order from this court, correct?
yes,
Now, the amount of equity in the house from December 5th of 19 through June 12th was $83,178, correct?
yes,
And that's the difference between the appraised value on September 9th, 2019, and the sale price of June 12th of 2025, correct?
yes,
In this regard, the receipts that you provided in Exhibit B to the court, that shows in excess of $85,000 of improvements paid for by you.
What exhibit?
Exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay.
yes,
So that includes improvements plus mortgage payments?
Correct, Your Honor. And I'll ask her, does that include mortgage, utilities, insurance, and other items that you've paid?
yes.
And Mr. Peterson, when did he begin living at the property by himself?
September 15th, 2023,
Okay. Please turn to Exhibit G. This has actually been stipulated to at the last hearing, Your Honor. I will represent to you, Ms. Mackey, this is a third federal statement. Do you recognize that?
yes,
And does it show how far in arrears the payments were by Mr. Peterson?
yes,
And again, Your Honor, that has been stipulated to and considered by the court.
Was it March, April, May, and June? Is that what that encompasses?
March, yes, Your Honor, of 2025. And Ms. Mackey, it's true that Mr. Peterson was responsible for those payments?
yes,
Finally, as to the equity line that was taken out, there was an equity line taken out by you and Mr. Mackey, or Mr. Peterson, correct?
yes,
And did Mr. Peterson write himself a check from that?
yes, you did,
If you turn to Exhibit H, is that the check that was written?
yes, it is,
And it was for $35,689.99, correct?
yes,
Was that written the day after the equity line was taken?
yes,
And did you receive any benefit from that?
no,
So with all of this presented, are you asking the court to issue an order having Conway Land Title issue $194,796.36 to you?
yes,
And that's because you've provided proof of payments along with receipts, itemizations, and bank statements, correct?
yes,
And in fact, you had to pay the insurance the entire time throughout this process, correct?
yes,
Even though Mr. Peterson was responsible for that?
yes,
Now, Mr. Peterson provided a list of documents. Are you familiar with that?
yes,
You turn to Exhibit I. The first 2 pages, have you ever been provided any documentation to support those items?
no,
Have you ever received a receipt?
no,
So do you dispute this list as being accurate?
no.
You don't dispute it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did not understand, yes.
Do you dispute this?
Yes, I dispute it, yes.
And because there's no backup or information supporting any of these items.
Correct,
And then the last 3 pages, those were payments that were court ordered, correct?
correct,
And those payments from Mr. Peterson were dated 2/26 of '25, correct?
yes,
Well before the last 4 payments that he missed, correct?
yes, yes,
Now, to date, you have incurred more legal fees, and the court reserved on an issue of attorney's fees. Your motions to hold him in contempt were in June of 2025, correct?
correct,
And you've incurred fees from that date until today due to his actions?
yes,
If you could turn to Exhibit J, please. Is that an accurate list of the fees you've incurred from June 2nd through yesterday?
yes,
And is that amount $12,705?
yes, it is,
And have you always been willing to cooperate to try to resolve this?
yes, absolutely,
And is that reasonable, the amount that you were billed from June until yesterday?
Yes,
Are you seeking those fees as well?
yes,
And those are because of Mr. Peterson's failing to follow the mandates of this court, correct?
yes,
Or cooperate in the sale of the property?
yes,
And for the court, in fact, Mr. Peterson tried to delay the closing due to not wanting to move out, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
And it took another motion from our office to get him to cooperate, correct?
yes,
So it's been anything but amicable, correct?
correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Hinton?
Ma'am, you met Mr. Peterson in 2010, correct?
9, yes,
Okay. So you knew him when you purchased the home in 2011, right?
yes,
Okay. And at the time that you purchased the home, you were receiving spousal support, correct?
yes,
And there was a provision in your divorce decree that if you were cohabitating with another,
I guess I'm gonna object to a former divorce that has nothing to do with Mr. Peterson.
well, it does have a lot to do with this.
What does it have to do with it?
Has to do as to why he wasn't put on the deed in the first place.
What does that matter? He either was or he wasn't, and that, how does that impact what he's due or not due?
Because our testimony and our side of this is that he was living in the home ever since it was purchased.
Okay? So why don't you ask him ask her if he was living in a home whenever it was purchased? What does the divorce have to do with it?
Well, a big emphasis was put on him not being put on the deed until 2019, and I'm
Okay?
going to
Was-
explain
was he-
why.
Was he put on the deed in 2019?
He was,
Is your contention he was living there well before that?
correct.
Why don't you ask her that? That's what's a relevant question.
Isn't it accurate that Mr. Peterson was living in the home prior to him being put on the deed in 2019?
not till a year before,
A year before what?
a year before.
He was put on the deed,
The new mortgage was made,
which was when?
18.
So is that when he started living there, 18 or 17?
Yes, he had his own home
Okay,
prior to
when,
that.
the question is that he's trying to get, okay, that he's asked you, is when did he start living there?
I just stated 2018,
Okay.
whenever he sold his
Well,
house.
I was trying to clarify, because you said a year before the mortgage, and, so anyway, 2018, go ahead.
And during the period of time that Mr. Peterson was residing in the home, he would give you money for the mortgage, correct?
No,
He wouldn't give you $1,400 towards the mortgage?
no,
Now, you had purchased this home for approximately $150,000, correct?
yes,
And the home was in disrepair?
since he moved in, yes.
Well, when you bought the home for $150,000, it wasn't in good condition, right?
Oh, it needed some repairs, yes,
Okay.
that
Well,
I did.
what did you just sell the home for recently?
3,
Okay. So fair to say that the home was improved between the time you purchased it and the time it was sold, correct?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
yes, I have, the receipts I paid to fix it up were presented, yes.
Okay. Well, and Mr. Peterson did a lot of work to fix up the home, correct?
No,
So is it your testimony that the period of time that Mr. Peterson was residing in the home, since you indicate 2018, that he didn't do repairs and fix up the home?
no,
Now, at some point, Mr. Peterson left the home, correct?
when it sold, yes,
No, prior to that, there was a period of time where
Oh,
you were
yes.
in the home for about 9 months, right?
yes, I had a restraining order against him.
And when was that period of time?
That was from December 15th, 2022, until the CPO was up on September 14th of 2023,
Okay.
so it was going into the next year.
So from your recollection, because I'm trying to establish a timeline, when in 2018 approximately did Mr. Peterson move in?
Maybe May, June?
Okay. So from May or June of 2018 to December of 2022, you agree that Mr. Peterson resided in that home?
Yes,
Okay. But it's also your contention that he didn't pay anything towards a mortgage and he didn't make any improvements to the home?
he did not make improvements to the home, but he paid a portion of the mortgage. I paid everything else.
Okay, so when you say a portion of the mortgage, what do you mean by that?
Well, I have receipts, I have copies of, he would pay the 1,000, I would pay the 400 of the mortgage, and I paid everything else.
Okay, so from May of 2018 to December of 2022, Mr. Peterson paid $1,000 each month towards a mortgage, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your the mortgage that you're referring to is the Fifth Third mortgage, is that correct? Or is it, sorry?
Third Federal.
Third Federal? Okay. And that's the bank that was used when yourself and Mr. Peterson did the refinance, correct?
Yes.
And what was the bank holding the mortgage prior to that refinance?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
What bank had the mortgage when you initially purchased the home in 2011?
Trying to think who that was with. I don't know offhand.
Okay, because when you refer to your exhibits, there's no statements from that prior mortgage, correct? Every mortgage statement included in this exhibit book is from Third Federal, right?
Well, yes, because this is when the case is rooted from, that's why. I mean, everything, yes, that's when it is rooted from.
Okay. And then when the protection order expired or ran its course on or about September 14th of 2023, you had already left this home, correct? You weren't residing there?
I left in fear, yes.
And Mr. Peterson moved back in, correct?
Yes,
So Mr. Peterson's been residing home from September of 2023 till when it sold in June of 2000. Yeah, during that period of time that Mr. Peterson wasn't in the home between December of 22 and September 14th of 23, you made approximately 7 mortgage payments yourself, correct?
yes, about that many, or 8 to 9 maybe.
And when Mr. Peterson moved back in September of 2023, the mortgage was approximately 2 months behind, correct?
No, it was current.
Okay. And you haven't paid a mortgage payment since at least September of 2023, correct?
Yes, when he moved in, yes.
Okay. And based on your exhibit I, Mr. Peterson made payments of $17,352.49, $3,415.39, and $355, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that was to bring the mortgage current from, right around this September of 23 until February of 25, correct?
yes.
And during the period of time between September of 23 and December or I'm sorry, September of 23 and in June of 25, you weren't at the home at all, correct?
Correct.
I mean, we may have done a walk through the four of us, but besides that, you weren't at the home at all, correct?
Correct.
So you weren't paying anything towards the home other than the homeowner's insurance?
Yes.
And as far as the sale of the home, you weren't there to coordinate the showings, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do anything to prep the house for sale, right?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, I have no further questions,
Any
Your Honor.
redirect?
I have none, Your Honor.
Okay. Nicole, where are they at?
Maria's sending you an email summary, but basically, nobody can find the money.
Okay, you guys take a break, bring those guys in.
May I
You can-
leave
You can
every-
leave your stuff there.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Kathy, you gotta switch back to
Okay.
the last one.
Sorry, I'm combining it.
Who knows where the money is? Wow. This is a nightmare. For them. All right, sending. Having fun? My system's really slow.
You're fine. Different.
They left their stuff here.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just hang on here.
Okay, I just didn't wanna be looking at something I shouldn't.
As soon as my stuff kicks in. Keep your jacket.
I am cold.
Let me know when it's done, kid.
Yeah, it's just spinning. There it goes. Give me 1 minute.
Everybody have a seat. Okay, all right.
No, it was like important, Rachel and all Indiana insurance. I mean, I told my boss I was gonna be late, I just didn't wanna, I was hoping not to miss too much. Might not be there much longer.
Had sent the funds to town. Town then returned it to Chase, then returned it to Chase, then Chase then sent it to town back, and then it was not sent back. And according to Chase, they said that the borrower should go to a bank because there's some issues or the accounting doesn't match up according to the bank statement that they have. So that's what they had suggested. But we were willing to do that today, but Mr. Batten needs to get to a meeting. So our plan was to hopefully move this 2 weeks because of the holiday. She was going to get this information
What
showing
holiday?
Monday. She was going to get the bank statements showing that it wasn't returned and then provide that to me, and then we were both going to call next week town, if there's money there, and say on a three-way call, where's the money? We have proof. Where is it? And then we can report back to the court.
Who did you talk to at town?
Just someone, whoever picked up the
Because the
phone.
next thing is, I guess in 2 weeks, I guess I'm gonna have to get town here also, as well as Celine and everybody else. Maybe Chase will bring a cast of thousands in to try to solve a simple problem. (8:00), January 29th. Now, in the meantime, these guys won't accept their money, right?
Correct, because of the acceleration clause.
If, okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
8:00 on the 29th. Okay,
Thank you.
everybody's gotta be here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Want me to bring the other group back in?
No rush. Big fucking rush.
I'll talk to Pat, he'll take care of that for you. You have the icon, you said, right? Okay, I'll find out why it's not working.
To the extent those folks need somebody, they contact me. I said, I don't think you need an attorney at this point, but if it goes much further, Your Honor, we may. So,
It ain't gonna go much further.
good. That's what I told him. I said, you don't need a lawyer.
Ready? All right, Mr. Walter, next witness.
I would call Mr. Randall Peterson.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Is this on cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Peterson, if you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
First name's Randall, R-A-N-D-A-L-L. Last name's Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-E-N.
Now, you provided a list of items in relation to this matter, correct?
Yes,
And if you turn to Exhibit I of the book that your lawyer has, is that the list that you provided of payments you've made?
yes,
All right, and turning to the first page, your lawyer will probably go through these, but you list a bunch of things. Do you have any receipts or any other proof of these being paid?
no, they were all stolen.
So you have no receipts as we sit here today to verify any of these amounts?
I do not.
All right. And you don't have any other documents you're presenting today other than these, correct?
Not able to, no, correct.
Your attorney mentioned during my client's direct examine or cross-examination that you staged the house. Wasn't the house fairly empty during the time of the sale?
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, we had a walkthrough, the
Yes.
two lawyers and you and my client, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing really in the house. There weren't appliances, there was nothing, correct?
No, it was cleaned out.
So when was the first staging that your attorney mentioned?
first staging
Yes,
of getting the house ready to be sold.
yes.
Just the property itself, I mean, we lived in the woods, there's constantly debris coming down, there was stuff on the siding of the house, a tree branch had hit the house, I had to fix that. Just
Okay.
getting everything ready.
Just general maintenance, okay.
Yes.
And you were living there by yourself at that time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's no disputing, you did not make the payments for March, April, May, or June of 2025, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
At that time, the house was already sold, it was being sold, so I was even told by the court-appointed realtor, just like, don't pay those, it's already sold.
Well, I don't understand this. So you said already sold the house,
It was in the contract, or being under contract, or whatever, and she's like,
okay, we'll turn to Exhibit L. The judge's orders, basically you were to pay those, correct?
yes.
And so you're saying you listened to a realtor to not pay those?
No, after, and that's, the railroad told me that, I didn't pay him, the judge said I was court ordered to pay, I had to pay him the $1,200 something.
Okay, but the actual payment at the closing, correct?
Yes, correct.
And if you could turn to Exhibit K, I just want to verify. Exhibit K is in KIC. The third page, that is your signature on that document, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I'd rest. I would also move, well, do you want to do exhibits now, or do you want to do it? So, Your Honor, I would move to admit exhibits A, B, C, D, E has already been stipulated to, F,
I thought that was stipulated to also.
it was, Your Honor, G, which has also been stipulated, H, and I, and J, Your Honor.
Any objection to A through E, H, I, and J?
I'm not gonna lodge an objection, but I point out that I think that a lot of this doesn't carry a lot of weight. I'm sure the court will put the appropriate amount of weight on the
All
same.
right, so they're all admitted without objection.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hinton,
I would call Mr. Peterson, Your Honor.
are you still under oath? Go ahead.
Mr. Peterson, you heard testimony by Ms. Mackey that the home that we're discussing was purchased on October 24th, 2011.
Yes.
Did you partake at all in the purchase of that home?
Yes.
Okay. And in what regard?
I located it, it was, sat vacant for 3 years, it was a bank-owned place in disarray, it was a complete mess. Started right off, you couldn't even drive down the driveway, it was that bad. It's 490 feet off the road, in the middle of the woods with 2 ravines that you gotta cross. Yes, the house is disarrayed.
Okay. Ed, you agree that you weren't on the initial loan or deed when the home was purchased in 2011, right?
That is correct. She went through a divorce. On her divorce, in the divorce decree, her ex-husband put that she could not live with another male for the first 3 years, or she would lose her spousal support.
Ed, was there a point in time when you did officially move into the home?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was the end of 2013 after I sold my home.
And where was your home?
It was in Leroy, Ohio, off of Leroy Center Road.
And when you moved in 2013, did you, well, let me ask you this, between October 24th and 2011, and then what was the month you moved in 2013?
Within 2 weeks I moved in. It was just kept, I still kept my house, claimed my mail's still there because she couldn't live
Within
with
2
another
weeks
male.
of what?
Of getting the house prepped to even be able to live in it.
So what are we talking about?
Okay. Yeah, just to clarify, so when you say you moved in, was it in 2011 or was it in 2013?
technically since it was 2011, since we got it, once we got the place in, I stayed there every day.
Okay, but you
I
had another home
I had
as
another
well.
home, I had that house out for almost a year, and then after I sold it, I moved in, and it would have been the end of 2013.
Okay. Did that kind of coincide when the 3-year period on the spousal support ended?
I didn't actually claim my residency there and complete 100% was until 2014, the beginning of 2014, because then her spousal support had ended.
I'll object, I mean, this is kind of getting off where we were. This is about
I
receipts.
assume he's trying to make some claim that he's due some money from when he moved in there, so it's overruled.
Now, you heard Ms. Mackey testify that you moved in 2018, right?
Yes, that's a lie.
Okay. You heard her testify that that's when you started in 2018, making the $1,000 a month payment towards a mortgage.
Yes.
Okay, was that accurate?
No, it's not accurate, it's a lie also.
Okay. So when did you start?
Listen. You testify as to facts, okay? You don't testify as to conclusions. Your conclusion is she's a liar, okay? That's not fact testimony, okay? If I'm to assess the credibility of the witnesses, so you're not to do that anymore. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Go.
So, when did you first start making contributions towards the mortgage on this home?
It would have been in 2015.
Okay, and what was your contribution?
I was paying $700 a month
Okay, and how did you make that payment to Ms. Mackey?
in cash.
Okay, and why did you do it in cash?
Because since we bought the house, it was always that way. If she bought if I bought anything or she needed something for the house, I'd pay it in cash, because that way she wouldn't lose her spousal support. And it just had been that way, because even I think still in 2013, at the end of 2013, when I moved in, she was still receiving the spousal, I think, ended in 2014, somewhere around there.
Okay, so you agree between 2011 and 2015, you didn't make any payments towards a mortgage?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I did all the repairs there. Everything that needed to be done there, I did it myself.
And what were, in general terms, some of the repairs that you did between 2011 and 2015?
The house is set vacant, so there was mold throughout the whole place for over 3 years. The basement had flooded. It was like I said, it was in very poor shape. Replacing drywall, I had to replace every light fixture, every switch, every receptacle, hot water tanks, everything you needed to basically have, the house up and running had to be replaced. The baseboard, trim boards, everything was replaced.
And you have receipts for these repairs that you did between 2011 and 2015?
I had receipts, but when I was removed from the house, she cleaned the whole house out. She took everything. I had nothing, no receipts, no paperwork, no tax reports, no anything. She cleaned the whole house out.
And when you say removed from the home, you're referring to the protection order in December of 22?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
When I was able to get back in the house on the 15th, I went there for the first
okay,
time.
we'll get there, but 2011, 2015, again, you didn't pay the mortgage payment at all, but so starting in 2015, you indicate you paid $700 a month to Ms. Mackey to go towards a mortgage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, was there a point in time where you started paying more?
Yes. Once my name was on in 2018, when my name was on the mortgage, I paid the whole thing. It was just under $1,400 until current.
Okay. Is there a reason, from your point of view, why you refinanced the mortgage and got put onto it?
Yes, so that my name was on there because I was worried that if anything ever happened to us, I would never get that, money back or since I've been living there. Plus, she could have kicked me out anytime.
So now from 2015 to 2018, when you were paying $700 towards the mortgage.
I thought it was putting his name on 12/5/19.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I thought that was, the exhibit
D.
indicated that it was filed the deed with his name on it was filed 12/5/19.
Correct.
You said 18.
Well, I think what he testified to is that he started paying the mortgage in 2018, the full mortgage.
Well, he said he started paying the full mortgage when his name was added. So is that not, which is 12/5/19, is that not accurate? 'Cause he said then two different things.
Okay, let me try to clear that up. So I'm gonna, you know, I have Exhibit A, which is the deed. I know it's part of plaintiff's exhibits too, but, I mean, according to this Exhibit A, you were put onto the deed in December 5th of 2019, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So knowing that you became a titled owner on the property in December of 2019, had you started paying additional beyond that 700 before or after this?
Before the 2019, in 2018, I was paying the full amount.
Okay.
Beginning of 2018.
When in 2018?
It would have been the beginning of 2018, you know, I don't.
January?
Yes,
And that full amount was a 1,400?
yes.
And how did you pay that to the mortgage company?
I drove straight to the bank and paid it in cash.
And
I
do you have any receipts from that?
I do not.
Okay. Well, there's
In the exhibit,
there's exhibits in plaintiff's package that show statements and payments and things related to the mortgage during this time period, right?
yes,
And were you the one that was paying that mortgage?
yes.
In being that you began paying that amount in January of 2018, is there a period of time where you stopped paying that amount?
Yes,
And when was that?
when I was removed from my house.
And that was the protection order in December of 2022?
Correct.
And was there a point in time when you moved back into the home?
Yes, it'd be September 15th of 2023.
Okay. And what's your understanding of the mortgage being paid or not being paid between December 2022 and September 2023?
The August payment was not made and September payment was not made. When I went to the bank to make the October payment, they said that they wouldn't accept it because I was in the rear because of the prior 2 months.
Okay. So up until February of 2025, you didn't make any additional mortgage payments, correct?
Correct.
And then in February of 2025, looking at our Exhibit C, and it's part of, I think plaintiff's Exhibit I, you made payments to Third Federal, is that correct?
Yes.
$17,352.49, $3,415.39, and $355.
Correct.
And that brought the,
That's the current, yes.
and then as far as March, April, and May of 2025, you did not pay, correct?
Correct.
And I know you hit on it in your cross-examination, but why didn't you pay March, April, or May of 2025?
Because the realtor told me it's already under contract, there's no reason to pay it, it'll come out escrow.
Okay. Now, between September 2023, when you moved back in, and then the house being sold in June of 25, did you make any improvements or repairs to the home?
Just the maintenance, general maintenance.
You paid the utilities for that period of time?
Yes.
Was the property tax included in the mortgage since you had refinanced?
Yes.
And you agree that Ms. Mackey paid the homeowner's insurance?
Prior to, or after I was moved, or she was removed from place, I had paid I'd give her cash for the insurance for the house prior to, and that started back in like 2018.
Okay.
2017, I was giving her cash for the homeowner's insurance.
But then after you moved back in September of 2023, she paid that,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then during the period of time that you resided in the
Well,
home with Ms.
Hold on a minute, so when you indicated that you started paying the entire mortgage January of 18, correct?
Yes,
Until you were removed?
yes,
And you also gave her cash to make the payment for the insurance? Is that what your testimony is,
yes,
during that entire time?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
What about utilities? How is that allocated between the two of you?
Miss Mackey paid the utilities. We split it, I paid the mortgage, she paid the utilities.
And when you moved into the home, back into the home in September of 2023, who paid the utilities at that point?
I did.
Now, there were two mortgages with Third Federal, correct?
Yes,
And you heard testimony regarding a second mortgage that was taken out on the home through Third Federal, and then a subsequent check that was written out to yourself after that?
yes.
Okay. What was the situation that led to that check being written?
Miss Mackey had removed a large amount of cash out of my safe without my knowledge. And then that's why she agreed to do the second mortgage, because she she removed that cash.
Okay. And when you wrote that check, what did you do with those funds?
It went to a business that we both own, and it was actually in her name at that time.
And why was it in her name at that time?
Because I was a state trooper, and the patrol wouldn't allow me to own a liquor license, or an establishment had a liquor license.
Okay. So you had money for that business set aside in a safe. It was removed. You guys took out this second mortgage and then used those funds to put back into the business?
Yes.
Okay.
How much was that check for? 35 what?
$689.99, Your Honor. So $35,689.99.
Is it your contention that's what was stolen out of the safe?
No, Your Honor.
What was stolen out of the
40
safe?
grand, 40,000 total.
Okay, how did you come up with the 35 and how that odd number?
It went to what was called a balloon payment for the business.
No. And why wasn't it 40 that was?
She decided to remove the extra total, it came to a total of 40,000.
Okay. My question is, if the purpose of that check was to reimburse you for the 40,000 she took, why wasn't the check 40,000?
Because the balloon payment was, that was owed towards the end of the payment for the business was the 36,000.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hinton.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit B. This is the handwritten list. Again, it's I in plaintiff's book. And I want you to just to briefly go through those itemizations that you have on there.
Okay.
And Your Honor, would you like a copy of this, or do you have it in front of you?
This is
the I?
the same thing that's in I?
Correct.
I don't need it then.
Okay, so start with the front culverts for 2,700.
Okay, so started off, the driveway.
And be brief.
I'll be brief. The front culvert, there was, it used to be a concrete bridge, it collapsed on us, I had to replace it. The middle culvert, the water, there was only one culvert there, wasn't big enough and the water kept coming over the driveway and flooding the driveway, had to replace those. The barn roof, was collapsing in, it was old, put a metal roof on it. Tree removal, there we had a bad storm, came through, wiped out a big tree, took down the wires and ripped the meter box off the house. I had to pay to have the tree moved and put a new meter box back on the house, plus the wiring. Every switch light and everything in there, like I said, had to be replaced. Baseboard trim, everything. The hot water tank was junk. It wasn't working properly. Replaced that. The pressure tank with the bladder, replaced that. Gravel for the driveway was nonstop, always it was, like I said, it was 500 feet long, a lot of gravel, it had to be replaced. The vanity in the bathroom, put a new corian in there, new tile floors in the kids' bathroom, I actually paid in, did the work myself there along with Miss Mackey. New gas furnace was it was $5,000 cheap, yes, and then 2015.
Well, I think this hits on what you testified to already.
Yes.
Okay, so as far as those repairs that you just went over, other than just having things written down, do you have any receipts for any of that?
All the receipts, Miss Mackey was very organized, she kept all the receipts in a big cabinet, had everything labeled, everything, and every receipt that I ever had, I would give to her, or any receipt she had.
And when you moved back into the home in September of 23, what was the status of that
The house-
receipt holder?
The house was cleaned out.
And were those receipts there?
They were not.
And you understand that there's approximately $194,799.36 in escrow from the sale of the home?
I do.
Okay, and what are you asking the court to award you out of that?
50% of it.
Okay, and why is that?
Because we both deserve 50% of it. I feel as I put 50% into it, she's put 50% into it, it should be split 50-50.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have any additional cross-examination of?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Peterson, you testify, I'm confused as to payments. When was the refinance done for the home with the new bank?
The new bank, I thought it was in 2017. I don't recall, I don't have the exact date on it.
Would it shock you that it was actually 2019 in December and the first payment was due in January of 2020?
I'm not aware of that, no.
What was the original loan amount? What were the monthly payments for the original loan that you claim you were making payments on?
It was 1,100.
Okay, and your testimony was a little convoluted that you said you began making the payments. Which mortgage are you claiming you began making the full payment on? The original mortgage or the Third Federal mortgage?
The Third Federal Mortgage.
And if the documentation shows that that didn't take effect until 2020, you would have to recant that testimony?
As far as?
Well, if the new mortgage didn't start until 2020, you weren't making full payments on the new mortgage amount, correct?
I was making, at first was, let's see, what year was it? So in 2017, 2018 is when we purchased the business. I started paying, that's when I ended up paying the full amount. That's like 2018 or whatnot, the full amount. So it would have been for the first one, I was paying the full amount, and then in 2020, we refinanced, started paying the full amount also.
Okay, and your claim is you did that in cash?
Yes.
Would you get that from your bank account?
No, because the business that I owned, that we owned was, had a large amount of cash flow through it, because everybody paid in cash.
All right, so is it your testimony you were taking money, what was the establishment that was being run? What type of establishment was it?
It's a restaurant and tavern.
All right, did you document that in any way, that you were taking the money from that to pay other bills?
Not positive on that, no, I don't know.
Well, that's a yes or no question. Do you have any documents here today?
No, I do not.
Okay, and you don't have any documents here today to substantiate your claim that you were paying cash, correct?
No.
And is it my understanding that the payments for the mortgage were by Miss Mackey?
Not during the time we were together.
All right, what is your understanding of how the loan was paid?
It was, we went to Fifth or Third Federal right off of Manor Avenue and paid it.
And is it your testimony you pay in cash?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you have no supporting document to support what you're saying here today, correct?
Correct.
And you testified you were a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
And you claim that my client stole some money from you?
She moved the money, yes.
Did you file a police report?
No, I did not.
Kind of odd for a state trooper. Why didn't you?
Because we were in an argument at the time, and then it kind of just went on the wayside.
Okay. And in looking at your list, that's my Exhibit I, and what Mr. Hinton handed you, I believe, is Exhibit B. If you look at the handwritten statement, the first page, I just want to make very clear, we are just supposed to take it that your numbers, without any documentation, are what you paid, correct?
Those are probably low considered what they actually cost.
Right, and they're all round numbers, correct?
Yes,
And so is it your testimony that for the front culvert, it was $2,700 on the
Yeah.
nose?
yes.
And,
Well, I'm not saying on the nose, but I didn't wanna say, there was no way for me to say it was $2,700, $60, $2,760. There was no way for me to come up with the exact.
where'd you
number.
buy the culvert from?
I had a friend of mine come in and replace it,
So did you pay him?
yes.
And what was his name?
Eric, Smith,
Did he give you a receipt?
I do believe he gave it to Andrea.
Okay. So as a friend of yours, what about the next? So is that true for both culverts?
Yes, but they were done at different times.
No receipt. What about the barn roof? Who'd you have do that?
There was an Amish crew out of Middlefield.
And was it $6,700?
That on the note, I do believe that was exactly $6,700.
Did they give you a receipt for that?
Miss Mackey would have it, yes.
Tree removal, was it 3,000 on the nose?
That was with the tree removal and the meter box put onto the, back on the house.
And your testimony says you paid this. Where'd you get the money to pay these items?
Where, from,
All these on your first page.
cause I worked, from however I got them, I went to my bank I went to my bank and got cash or whatnot.
All right.
Most
so
of
you-
these,
well, let me address it. So you took money out of your bank, correct?
yes,
Did you get statements from your bank?
yes,
Would it show these amounts being taken out?
I'm sure they would, yes.
Why don't you have those today?
Because I'm with a different bank and I wasn't gonna go back, there's no way, I didn't have specific dates. This has been going on since 2012.
It's safe to say you didn't take any step to get it from your bank at
No,
all.
how would I find it, I mean, if
So
I go in there, how would I find
The
it?
answer is no?
No.
Is the answer no?
No.
Okay.
And you have something, replace baseboards, there's no amount for that, correct?
Miss Mackey, we'd have the receipts for it,
That wasn't my question, sir. There's no amount there, correct?
correct.
And then your hot water tank was a 640 on the nose?
Like I said before,
All right, so all these numbers are what you think you paid, correct?
yes, if not more.
So we don't know how much you paid. Your claim is it could be more?
Yes,
Okay. Second page talks about, you've written a little narrative. You never signed an affidavit as to these issues prior to today, did you? It's always been a handwritten statement, correct?
yes,
All right, I really want to focus in on this second paragraph. Mackey stole $40K from my safe with my knowledge, without my knowledge. The $40,000 was supposed to pay toward my business. Is that what it says? All right, when you say my business, what do you mean by that?
it was our business.
But that doesn't say that, it says your business.
You are correct.
All right. Did you have a partner, anyone else in this business?
Yes, Miss Mackey.
All right, anyone else?
Not at that time, no.
All right, did you document that this money was being taken to pay for other things other than business items?
No,
Okay. And you said a safe. Did Ms. Mackey have the combination to your safe?
she did not.
Okay, so how did she get into your safe?
I have no clue.
Do you have that safe today?
I do.
And so she had no way to get into it, correct?
That, to my, I mean, I did not think she did, but when I went back to my house again, someone had cut the wires off and must have gotten into the safe by, some other means. I guess there's a way you can put a safe lock and, or a safe master, what do you wanna call it? A locksmith can get into the safe.
Did you see that the locksmith had gotten into it?
I did not at the time, no.
Have you ever seen it tampered with in any way?
Yes,
What was tampered with?
the wiring to the digital code, to the digital lock itself.
Do you have any knowledge, as you see here today, that it was open and
There's a
anything?
police report made.
All right, do you have that with you?
I do not.
Okay. And was anything ever found out about that? What was the overall determination of this alleged police report?
It was just a document report, it went nowhere.
All right, so let me get this straight. You claim my client stole $40,000 and you did not file a police report, correct?
That is correct.
He's already testified to that.
But now that the safe, you filed a police report on the safe?
Yes, after I came back into the house, yes.
Was this at the time during the
The
restraining
removal.
orders?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says electric I can't even read it, but 175, you just don't have any proof of any of these payments being made, correct?
Correct,
It's just based on your testimony.
yes.
And you have no proof of the improvements you made in the house as we sit here today, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next witness?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have exhibits, but again, they're the same ones that are in the binder.
You
but
have
I-
exhibit I, and what else do you have?
Well, same as I have the deed, which is exhibit A, but that is an exhibit in the plaintiff's folder. I had the third federal receipts as exhibit C, they're in plaintiff's as exhibit I. I had, from exhibit D that talked about the amount in escrow, but
So there's nothing additional,
think,
your exhibits are nothing
introduce
additional to Eric's?
correct, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I want to clarify, our exhibits were A through J. I want to make sure that's what we discussed. I think it is, because there were two stipulated ones.
Yeah.
Okay,
A
thank
through
you.
J.
And then, Your Honor, just for your, K, L, and M, are, K and L are orders from the court, and M is the actual case that the parties agreed would dictate as to the.
All right, so I'll just, that those aren't part of the record then. They're just, I mean, they're already part of the record by the
Correct.
transcript, but. Do you have any brief
Very brief, Your Honor.
closing?
I do, Your Honor. It's important that Ms. Mackey and Mr. Peterson were never married. It's not as if you're married, you're entitled to 50%. That's why the case of Thrasher versus Watts was included as governing the behavior of the parties. The quitclaim deed in question is silent as to interests. It was really given only to have Ms. Mackey's father drop off the property, and then Ms. Mackey and Mr. Peterson were title holders. It did not discuss what their interests in that property were. It's very generic. Therefore, a rebuttable presumption was created as to who would receive the money once the house was sold. And if you remember, Your Honor, your analogy is very true. This was tumultuous to get it to close. There were 3 motions filed to have Mr. Peterson follow the court's orders. My client has done nothing to impede this, and you've heard testimony from Ms. Mackey as to what she's put into the house, what she has done. The items that she's paid for are documented. Mr. Peterson hasn't provided anything to this court, and if anything, as to credibility, he's a former state trooper, didn't file a police report of the alleged stealing of $40,000. He's testified that he had it in a locked safe, these receipts. At first, they were in a box of receipts in his safe, and then he testified, oh no, they were given to Ms. Mackey. Your Honor, I would warrant that his testimony is all over the place. I would also argue that under the Thrasher versus Watts case, my client has substantiated what she's entitled to. And arguably, when you buy a house for $150,000, and then Mr. Peterson comes on board in 2019, that the value of the home at that time, at a best estimate, if you take the stipulated 2 appraisal, the value was around $309,072. So it increased in value due to my client. She had a good purchase. Any of this testimony from Mr. Peterson saying that he lived there, it's refuted by my client. So even if you take at a best case scenario what the property was worth on the date of sale, when it was appraised in 2019 for $309 and then was sold for $392, you're looking at a swing of about $80,000. It would be disingenuous for Mr. Peterson to claim he's entitled to half of a house that he really had nothing to do with until 2019 when he became a title holder. So, Your Honor, I would argue for the reasons stated in our motion and for the testimonies here today in the exhibits that my client should be awarded the full amount of what's being held in escrow, especially given what she has had to endure for all these years to try to get to the point to have the money distributed and to move on with her life. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Testimony demonstrates that the home was purchased in 2011. Mr. Peterson was a part of that process, actually located the home, wasn't put on the deed for various reasons. He had his own separate home, but he spent a lot of time at the home, did a lot of repairs. Did actually move into the home full-time when his home was sold in 2013, established more of a permanent residence, mailing address-wise in 2015. Again, your testimony as to why some of those maneuvers were made. Mr. Peterson certainly helped increase the value of this home. The fact that it was purchased for $150 and then sold for 300 and some recently demonstrates how much work was put in this home. The idea that Mr. Peterson would you know, sit around and not do anything towards the home, I don't think is accurate. You heard Mr. Peterson's testimony that starting in 2015 he was making that $700 a month contribution. He does agree that between 2011 and 2015 he was not making the mortgage payment, but starting in 2015 he was making that contribution. He heard his testimony that beginning in 2018 he was paying a higher amount of the mortgage, and then when they refinanced, and again, there's a reason that the refinance and everything took place. In 2019 he started making the entire mortgage payment, and he did that until he was removed by court order from the home in December of 2022. In December of 2022. In September of 2023, he comes back in the home as Mackey had left the home, and he remains in the home from September of 2023 until the time it was sold. Now, Mr. Mackey testified that the mortgage payment hadn't been made in August or September of 23, so Ms. Mackey had made it during that period of time that Mr. Peterson was out of the home, but she hadn't made the August and September payment. He couldn't make the payment because the loan was in default, but once we got the payoff amounts and everything else, he did bring the loan current, and that's clear based on the exhibits that in February of 2025 he paid the mortgage, or paid the amount to bring it current from September 2023 to February 2025. Did not pay March, April, May. Again, based on his testimony, the home was sold. He knew that amount would come out of the proceeds of the home. He did that once he moved in 23. He was paying the utilities. Did concede that Ms. Peterson paid.
Well, he was living there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so is he looking for an offset for?
He is not, Your Honor, but I know that there's and really, I don't think utility bills have anything to do with equity. The only reason I bring it up is because there's utility bills in plaintiff's exhibits, but I don't think utility bills equate to equity. Property taxes were included in the mortgage payment. Mr. Peterson testified that he was paying Ms. Mackey for the homeowner's insurance up into the time that he left the home, and then from that point on, December of 2022 through the sale of the home in June of 2025, that she was paying the homeowner's insurance. Mr. Peterson provided an explanation as to the check that was written out of the home equity line, and how that went towards a business that they were both involved in. And as a result of all this, Your Honor, I do think that an equitable division would be a 50-50 division. I know there's that case that has been brought up, and if you look at that case, it's a situation where that couple was, in the home for less than a year together. So I think there's some differences, but I know in that case, I think the party that prevailed was the one that came back into the home and brought everything current and maintained the home.
Just needs one. Does the judge have one?
Those are the originals, so you can throw them away.
Yeah, we have to go.
Cocaine, a felony of the 5th degree with a forfeiture specification. At that time, a pre-sentence report, drug and alcohol evaluation, and victim impact statement were ordered. It's the state's understanding that the pre-sentence report and drug and alcohol evaluation have been completed and provided to the court, and that all parties are prepared to go to sentencing at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We would like to ask the court to place Ms. Pache on community control sanctions. Your Honor, since I believe September, Ms. Pache has gotten herself into treatment. She completed residential treatment at Ethan's Crossing. She's involved with Signature Health for mental health counseling. She's involved with Phoenix Counseling. She's doing IOP there currently. She's set to complete IOP on February 5th. She does do that Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Your Honor, on top of that, she also regularly attends AE meetings. She does have a sponsor. She goes at least 3 days a week. I do have a list of all of her meetings. After IOP, Your Honor, she is going to continue with aftercare. She was in sober living at Jordan House, but has since moved in with her mother. Your Honor, her mom lives in Willoughby, which is right down the road from where she's doing her IOP. It's a very convenient location for her. Her son, who has mental health issues, also lives there. She does also assist her mom with her 7-year-old niece because her stepdad is currently receiving hospice care, so she's trying to be there for her family. Your Honor, she has described her mom as her rock, so she's indicated it's a very good environment for her. So Your Honor, we would like to ask the court for community control, allow Ms. Pache to continue doing the treatment she's doing. I have received many letters from Signature Health, Phoenix Counseling Solutions. I did email those to the court. She just wants to get this behind her, Your Honor. She wants to stay sober. She wants to continue what she's doing. She said the reason for her spiral, she did lose her husband around this time last year, and it was a very difficult time for her. She knows she made the wrong choices, and she just wants to better herself, be there for her son, be there for her mom, and essentially be there for herself. Thank you.
Ms. Pache, what do you want to tell me?
Good morning, Your Honor. Everything Ms. Tomac said is true. I lost my husband a year ago, and I just fell into a deep depression. We were together 21 years. He was a cancer patient. I miss him dearly. I didn't have much support at the time because I had dedicated all my time to his medical needs, and I kind of put my own needs on the back burner, and one thing led to another. But since then, I have admitted myself into Ethan's Crossing. I successfully completed their detox, residential, their PHP program. From there, I went to sober living with the Jordan House, who also specializes in trauma, mental health, substance abuse. I currently attend IOP. I have a sponsor. I do peer support. I have counseling. Like, I have all the right things lined up finally. And I'm just, my stepdad's currently dying of bone cancer and lung cancer. He's a veteran, and he's 74 years old. My mom's caring for my 7-year-old niece, and she's in her 70s. So I've just really been trying to realign my life with my family, who's been very supportive in my recovery, along with my sponsor in meetings in the Jordan's house. Like, I think I'm just proud of myself. I've come along. I don't want to go backwards, but I'm confident that I've made the right decisions going forward. My life's starting to fall back in place, and I'm just grateful for this. Take that into consideration.
Why did you go into the sober living facility?
Well, because we were together 21 years, but we weren't married, and I didn't have any rights to the house. And it just turned out to be I don't know, when there's a lot of money and a lot of property involved, he had rental property, it just,
Well,
we weren't married, it
you went
became an
to,
issue, so I moved.
where were you before Jordan House?
I had purchased a trailer, a mobile home in Eastlake.
All right, when were you in Ethan Crossing?
9/19, 9/20, 25, September 20th.
And when you left there, where'd you go?
I went to sober living. I went directly to sober living at the Jordan House. It was way out in Cedar.
And then you left there, why?
Because my stepdad was, the hospice had set in and my mom was,
What do you do at Phoenix?
I currently attend IOP, intensive
How often do you
outpatient,
do that?
Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. until 2:30.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that since October 24th.
And how much longer do you have to go on that?
A few weeks, Your Honor.
Okay.
And they're very, continue my care with my peer support, my counseling, aftercare.
Okay.
Um,
What do you do at Signature?
I have primary care there, and I also have counseling
And how often do you go there for the mental health?
weekly,
What about the counseling?
weekly.
All right. What medication, did they prescribe medication?
They did. I'm at clinic.
What medication, what medication are you getting prescribed by Signature?
I have a list of them, actually.
What are they for?
My mental health for depression, anxiety,
All right.
and then just my physical care. I've had 3 hip replacements and spine surgery.
What are you doing at Cleveland Clinic?
All of my care. I'm getting ready to go in for eye surgery, actually, on the
All right.
23rd.
So is Signature just medication for the purposes of the mental health?
It was both. I utilized both because
When you say both, what do you mean?
primary care and mental health. As mental health.
Okay.
But I prefer Cleveland Clinic, but I utilized them because they were
If I,
close
if
at
I
the
were
time.
you, I would too, but that's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
What's the story with your driver's license?
It's active. It's,
This says it's suspended.
no, that's been paid. That was, I had switched cars and it was $6 that I had to pay for the plates, and they had wrote a ticket for that. I had currently paid the reinstatement, and I just actually went and got my tag the other day for my car.
When did you do that? When did you pay the reinstatement fee?
Within the past month, and I just got my plates updated. My tag expires on my birthday, which is the 27th, and I've already gotten that as well.
Okay. Okay, anything else you want to tell me?
No, I just,
How do you think that your stepfather's inevitable death from cancer, how do you think that's going to affect your psyche?
well, I'm just grateful that I'm able to be hands-on, to be honest with you. My she's older, so I'm currently trying to, like on the weekends, I focus on helping her with household chores so that she's able to care for him, because I know caring for somebody sick is a lot more than just, being there. I know that it's actually hands-on, and my mother's in her 70s. And
Are you worried that once it occurs, you're going to fall into the old traps?
No, absolutely not, Your Honor. I'm focused.
Okay.
I'm focused.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cutts?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is a case where Circle K called the police based on some basically illegal dumping or theft of services, and the defendant put various items into their dumpster. When the police made contact with the defendant, she had a crack pipe with crack residue, cocaine residue on it. The seriousness of the case is obviously not the issue here. It's not really more or less serious for a possession charge. It is her recidivism factors that are concerning to the state. Her criminal history as an adult goes back to 1996 with petty thefts, through the 90s with DVs, disorderly conducts, contempt of courts, then in 2000s, falsification, drug abuse, soliciting. Her first felony, it was in 2001 for drug possession, F5. She had 2 probation violations. She had additional charges in 2005, or convictions in 2005, including an additional felony, possession of drug with soliciting and falsification. She had 2 probation violations, and then she did go to prison in that case. In 2008, she had additional convictions, including an interference with custody that had 2 probation violations. 2009, soliciting. 2010, she had conviction for robbery, F2, and attempted felonious assault, F3. She did go to prison for 8 years. Since being out of prison, she's had an attempted possession of drugs, and in 2025, an unauthorized use of a vehicle. So she has been to prison on 2 different occasions. She was on bond in a Cuyahoga County case at the time of this incident. She has since resolved that case as a misdemeanor and is not on probation. She clearly had drug issues. It does appear from the letters and the information provided that she had gotten herself into treatment. The state is concerned with her, in our view, cutting her treatment short at sober living, to go home to a situation that can be very stressful for people, especially people who are just getting back into sobriety. So at this point, though, the state isn't requesting prison, though our lead is consistent, would like to give her an opportunity based on some of the things that she has done on her own and has been able to move forward with. She does have 7 days credit of jail time. We would ask that she return to sober living. Generally, we recommend for a minimum of 6 months that she continue treatment with, whether it's Phoenix Counseling and Jordan's House. I don't know if those are exactly the same or 2 components. Signature Health, whatever she needs with Cleveland Clinic, her medication management, individual counseling, grief counseling, that she continue with 12-step programming each week with a sponsor, that she, when she's able to do full-time work and her school, she have 1 doctor, 1 dentist, 1 pharmacy, sign releases, that she not use any drug or alcohol, any screen she have come back negative. We'd ask for the forfeiture of the cocaine and the pipe, that she have no contact with Circle K, she pay all costs and fees. We'd ask that count 2 be dismissed, and that she just be warned that if she does violate, prison is still a possibility. So that'd be the state's recommendation at this time.
Thank you. All right, I've considered reviewed the pre-sentence report and the evaluation. Circle K did not submit a victim impact statement. I have considered what Ms. Pache has said, what council has said. I've considered all the provisions of 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. I'm going to place you on community control for 4 years. You serve 7 days in jail with credit for 7. You're to have no drugs, no illicit drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You'll continue your treatment at Signature Health. Follow those recommendations. Continue your treatment at Phoenix and follow those recommendations. The doctors you're permitted to go to right now are the clinic doctors and Signature doctors. If you need another doctor, inform your probation and we'll keep track of where you're going. Only 1 dentist and only 1 pharmacy for your prescription medication. Where do you get, do you go to the Cleveland Clinic pharmacy and a Signature pharmacy?
No, actually, through the Jordan House, they had it at AccuDose.
So all your medications through that?
I just had that switched back to CVS.
All right,
Right,
so
so
you're going only 1 place for your prescriptions,
Correct.
okay?
Correct.
All right, you're gonna sign releases so probation can get your records. You're gonna attend at least 3 AA meetings a week and maintain a sponsor. What's the status on your employment?
I actually just got hired for a part-time position cooking, and I haven't been to work. I'm on SSI, so it's been hard with my mental health and my hip replacements.
All right, you're to obtain or maintain at least part-time employment,
Yes. I actually just started this week.
and if you haven't gotten a license, we'll verify
I do.
valid license and pay the costs and supervision fees. Ms. Wehagen, any other terms?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Pache, do you understand the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question about the terms?
No, thank you.
All right, if you don't comply with the terms, the state will file a motion to terminate your community control, and if I find you violated, you risk 12 months in prison. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Charges are dismissed. The items subject to forfeiture are forfeited. Anything else, Ms. Cutts?
I don't know if I missed it or not, Your Honor. Did you do a no contact with Circle K?
No.
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Thomasek?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, good luck, Ms. Pache. We're
Thank
adjourned.
you, Your Honor.
All right.
you'll just go right to permit everything and let me, ask what's with issues. Don't think it'll be, yes, thank you. Those reports have been completed, and the state has had the opportunity to review those reports. The state would move to dismiss the remaining counts of the indictment at this time. The state is ready to proceed with sentencing, and there are 172 days of jail time credit. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hibbert?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in working with Mr. Smith during the pendency of this case, I have learned that he is polite, respectful. He's always been cooperative with me. He's never tried to hide things from me. He's been open about what occurred that day with me, and you know, he is a sweet kid, and he is still a kid, Your Honor. He's very young. He doesn't have any serious previous criminal history. He has a very loving and supportive family. As you see, many of them are here today. His mom lives in North Carolina. I know her letter was attached to my sentencing memorandum. She has driven here for every court date to be here to support him. They have indicated to me that when Mr. Smith is ultimately released, he will leave Ohio and go live with her and get out of this area around and away from the influences that led him to be here before you today. He did make a bad decision that day. He went along with this plan. He knew better. He certainly knows better. He did not act better, though. He made a very poor choice, and you know, the people that he did this with were not, you know, long-term friends of his. He hadn't been hanging out with them for more than just, you know, a few months. And then he found himself in this situation. When I, you know, have spoken with his dad about this incident, his dad is consistently disappointed. And that indicates to me that this is really not what, you know, this is not the person that Joseph is. This is not the behavior that he has, you know, previously engaged in. This is a isolated incident, Your Honor, and he was influenced by these other people who, one of which does have a significant criminal history. So, Your Honor, I would ask you to take those things into account. I would ask you to take into account that even while he has been in the Lake County Jail, he did have a couple scuffles, I guess, that he got into, but I personally witnessed him interact with COs, and I remember one of the times I was visiting with him, he was so polite to the CO, it was noticeable to me, and that isn't something you usually see. So I would ask you to take that into account, that, you know, he is, like I said, a sweet kid, and that's just the overall theme for this, and for him, I think, is that this is just, his family is just so surprised that he did this, because this is not who he is. And it's, you know, part of because who he was hanging around with. And he knows that he's going to be doing a lengthy prison term, regardless of what this court imposes. We are asking for a minimum prison term, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, but he knows that he is going to have this lengthy prison term ahead of him. He intends to engage in programming. He intends to do everything he can to show that he is rehabilitating himself and that he is learning from this mistake that he made. With regard to the length of the prison term you may impose, Your Honor, we are asking for a 6-year prison term, 3 years on the underlying offense, the first-degree felony aggravated robbery, and 3 years on the firearm specification. That will be sufficient to punish Mr. Smith for his actions in this case. The co-defendant, one of the co-defendants has not been sentenced. The other co-defendant, the driver, who is certainly more culpable than Mr. Smith, received a 9-year prison term, and he pled to an additional charge due to him being the driver and taking the police on a police chase that went through multiple cities. So, Your Honor, I would ask you to take those things into account. I would ask you to sentence him to the 6-year prison term in this matter. I know he is going to speak to you, but his father is also going to say a few words.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
You tell me what order you want to go in.
Well, if his father could speak, and then Mr. Smith himself.
Okay. Just tell me your name and whatever it is you want me to know.
James Tipton, Joseph is my sons. I got all my other sons with me and my daughter. I'm just really disappointed in his decisions, but he just recently moved on the side of town with me, and he didn't have no friends, and he just in gifted classes. He works with me in my business. He just made poor decisions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Smith, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
Judge O'Donnell, I understand the decisions I made were poor and very dead wrong to the witnesses who the incident occurred on. I ask you under consideration to give me the minimum prison sentence that I pled guilty to, and I'll never make those decisions again ever in the future. And when I get out of prison, I look forward to taking over my father's business and making better decisions in life, and never coming back in this courtroom.
All right, so take me through the day this happened. How you got involved with this?
I got involved with this incident, going to get food with my friends, and on the way to get food, I was advised that we were going to pick up a watch, and I was high off marijuana, and I was kind of woozy, leaning, going to sleep. Then, as we got to the watch, to get the watch, I realized what was going on. I got out the car, refused everything I would say, made bad decisions as well.
Why were you, if you were going to get food with these two characters, why did you have your gun with you?
The gun that I have was not mine. I just had
Where'd you
mine.
get it?
It was in the car,
It was in the car where?
in the back seat.
And so it was in the car in the back seat. What'd you do with it?
I just picked it up.
Picked it up, put it in your waistband? Why'd you
Yes,
do
sir.
that?
There were plenty of guns brandished. I felt unsafe.
Well, when did you pick it up and put it in your waistband?
After I realized what was going on outside of the car.
Okay. How long did you know dinero and currency?
I've known Dinero and Currency for a few months.
Okay. What did you know about currency?
I didn't know too much about Currency.
You know now that he's done this before, right?
Now that you're telling me that, yes.
Now, this is the first you know that he's done that before?
Yes, sir.
He's robbed somebody at gunpoint before? You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Okay. Why, back in '23, you had a juvenile court felony for receiving stolen property, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that all about?
I was with the wrong group of friends again, making bad decisions. But also,
Well, you may have been, but what was the offense all about?
excuse me,
What did you do?
I was in the passenger seat of a stolen car with people I went to school with.
All right, so that had been the first time you gotten in trouble, right?
Yes, sir.
What was the penalty for that?
Unactive probation, I believe. It was no probation. Like I didn't have to report or anything.
Okay, so there was really no penalty for that.
Yes, sir.
So what influence did that case, the last time you were in court on that was June 29th of '23. What impact did that have on your life after that day?
That incident impacted me to make better decisions in life.
All right, didn't work though, right? You're hanging out with these two knuckleheads.
I mean, yeah, but I was unaware that they were knuckleheads, sir.
Well, the guy that was in the back seat with you, how did you know him?
That's my cousin.
All right. And how long had your cousin known Dinero and Currency?
For the same time as me, a few months.
Okay, what's going on over at the jail with you?
At the jail, I tend to play a lot of cards, make my days go by faster, but I've also been into a couple altercations with people in the
Why?
jail. You said why?
Yeah.
I tend, see, I mind my business a lot, but I tend to get in a couple arguments over cards, and then it just elevates from there. The past altercations I've been in have elevated from card games.
Okay. Anything else you want to say?
No, sir.
All right, have a seat. Ms. Himmeline?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would note that in the sentencing memorandum that the defense files, the defense argues that no one was physically harmed in this case, that the defendant was not the principal offender, and that his conduct was not the worst form of the offense of aggravated robbery. But the absence of physical injury does not minimize the gravity of the violent conduct that occurred in this case. The defendant and his co-defendants robbed these victims at gunpoint, wearing ski masks and yelling at them to give them everything they had. One of his co-defendants took Jonathan Hernandez's watch at gunpoint, and one of his co-defendants stole Enrique Hernandez's firearm while he was face down on the ground with a gun to the back of his head. Aggravated robbery is inherently dangerous. It's designed to threaten and intimidate a victim and strips them of their sense of safety. And the victims in this case, they suffered harm that no one can see. They were scared and they were traumatized, and their lives are forever changed as a result. Fear is the harm in this case, and it is just as serious as the physical harm that could have resulted. Additionally, the state notes that the court must consider accountability, but the defendant in this case continues to minimize his conduct and his role in this offense and lacks that accountability. The state does trust the court to fashion an appropriate prison sentence in this case and just ask that the court do so. Thank you.
What were you doing with a ski mask?
What was I doing with the ski mask?
Yeah.
I was wearing it on my head.
I know why.
I casually wear it sometimes.
What?
I casually wear it sometimes, just on my head.
In the summertime?
Keep my hair from out of my face.
You want me to believe that?
Yes.
I don't believe that.
That's the
So when
truth.
when you called up these two guys to go get some food, you brought your ski mask with you?
I already had it on.
You had it on at home?
Yes.
You were wearing it at home?
Yes.
You were wearing it over your face?
I wasn't wearing it over my face.
Where were you wearing it?
Just on my head.
On your head?
Your Honor, it might have been the kind of ski mask that's like, leaves your face open, that goes over your whole head.
Okay. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report and the psychological evaluation, the victim impact statement. I've read the memorandum I received from Ms. Hibbard with the attachments in support of Mr. Smith. I've considered the provisions of 29, 29, 11, 12, and 13. Logan, De Niro Logan, was sentenced recently in another court and was given a sentence on the ag robbery of 3 years to 4.5 years with a firearm specification of 3 years, and 3 years on the grand theft of the firearm. Between that and the failure to comply, he was given 3 years. It was consecutive to the F1. Fitzgerald, to my knowledge, hasn't been sentenced yet. So clearly, as these facts are laid out in the PSR and by counsel and by Mr. Smith, but to a lesser degree by Mr. Smith, and And I've also considered, his name escapes me, that was in the back seat also, Mr. Smith's cousin, considered what he said in the interviews with the police. Clearly, there's a hierarchy of practical culpability, although they're all culpable in the same way legally, but as a practical matter, these brothers, Fitzgerald and Logan, seem to be the driver of this train, and for whatever reason, for the second time in your young life, you went along with whatever the hell was going on, okay, and now it's going to cost you severely. But there is clearly a hierarchy of practical responsibility for this, which is, as I said, doesn't alleviate you from the legal responsibility for this. So after considering everything on the aggravated robbery count 1, I'm going to sentence you to a definite minimum of 3 years up to an indefinite maximum of 4.5 years. Whether you serve any time beyond that definite minimum is based upon the criteria of the Department of Corrections and your activity within the institution. There's a rebuttable presumption that you should be allowed out after the definite 3 years. There is I'm going to sentence you to 3 years on the firearm specification, which is mandatory and which will be consecutive, prior to and consecutive to the sentence on the aggravated robbery. There's credit for 172 days and the costs are imposed. When you get out, you will be placed on post-release control under the parole authority for 2 years, up to 5 years. There will be conditions placed upon you. If you violate the conditions, the parole authority could return you to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. If your violation is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for the violation, the maximum of which will be the greater of 12 months or the time you have left under post-release control. Remaining charges are dismissed. Is there anything else, Ms. Himmeline?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you,
Ms.
Your Honor.
Hibbard, nothing else. Mr. Smith?
Sir.
You're going to do an unpleasant stretch in prison. That's the extreme bad news that you're facing here. The good news is when you get out, you're going to be plenty young, so you can determine what you want to do with your life. If you want to continue to live it like these other guys are and like you have, or whether you want to do something different and follow the lead of the people in your life that conduct themselves responsibly.
of the 4th degree, both of which carry forfeiture specifications. This matter was referred to the Lake County Adult Probation Department for a pre-sentence investigation and report, victim impact statement, and a psychological evaluation. Those reports have been completed. The state has had the opportunity to review those reports, and the state is ready to proceed with sentencing. There are 122 days of jail time credit. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hibbert?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is a low-level felony firearm case. As you are aware, that is what Mr. Steele pled to, are low-level firearm charges. He has a very limited criminal history as an adult. He does have a misdemeanor case from the Wayne County Municipal Court. I know that the state argued in their sentencing memorandum that he had failed to comply with conditions of that and things of that nature. However, they cited that he had not completed counseling. He was not ordered to do counseling. He was ordered to do a program. However, he simply had not gotten to that yet in his probation process. It was essentially inactive probation. He didn't have to report for that. He wasn't drug tested for that. He was never officially violated for that case. So he hasn't had the opportunity ever to be placed on a term of community control sanctions, and that is what we are going to be asking the court for today, is that you take note of the time that he has spent in the Lake County Jail and sentence him to a term of community control sanctions. Your Honor, there are outside factors surrounding this case that make this case seem much worse than it is. However, this case really is Mr. Steele being in possession of a firearm. I mean, really, he was in the car with 2 firearms, to be fair. But he did accept responsibility for one of those firearms being the one that he was in possession of that day. That was a stolen firearm. He doesn't dispute that he knew that that firearm was stolen. Initially, he was not aware that that firearm was a stolen firearm, but he did become aware that that firearm was a stolen firearm and that he was not supposed to be possessing it. He shouldn't have been possessing any firearm in a vehicle, though. However, he became aware that that firearm was stolen, and he intended to give that firearm back.
How did he become aware of that?
He has indicated to me that over the weekend prior to his arrest, he had used a website to search the serial number of the firearm, and he was able to determine that it was stolen. He let me know that. I was not aware that there was an ATF website that you could search serial numbers to firearms on, and maybe the detective knows the answer to that, but that is what Mr. Steele did, and he says even if we were to look in his internet history, it would corroborate that. So he did learn that that firearm was stolen.
Why would he think to go to an ATF website to see if this firearm was stolen?
Something made him very suspicious of that firearm, Your Honor, and I think you should ask him when he goes through with his elocution. He will explain to you what prompted him to have concerns about the nature of that firearm. Your Honor, so there are surrounding circumstances, though, to this case that the state is arguing that make it more serious than your ordinary firearm in a vehicle case. Primarily, they focus on the defendant previously possessed a murder weapon. That really doesn't mean that the defendant knew what was going to happen with that weapon once it was no longer in his possession. He was not part of that murder. There are no allegations that he was. In fact, the text messages in his cell phone do indicate that he was asking others for information about that murder. So he was not part of it. He wasn't involved in it. He simply happened to have previously possessed the firearm that then went through someone else and then ended up in the hands of someone who used it allegedly to commit a murder. And I say allegedly because none of the people charged with regard to that murder have been convicted. Nobody has pled guilty. Nobody has had a trial and been convicted by a judge or a jury. They are all presumed innocent, Your Honor. So that is the state's theory of the case, is that there was this murder that was committed by Vance Triplett and the juvenile JW and others involved in the surrounding circumstances of that homicide. However, it was Not Mr. Steele, who was part of that, and he was not even in the car with the
Well,
murder
I
weapon.
presume he'd be charged with that if he was part of that, right?
Right, and Your Honor, for that matter, he was initially charged with furnishing a firearm to a minor. However, that charge is going to be dismissed by the state of Ohio. He gave a lengthy interview with the police upon his arrest in this matter. To his credit, he was forthcoming with them. He talked a lot with them about the other people and the items in the car and all that. He thought he was helping himself, of course, and he thought he was helping his buddy Vance Triplett. Ultimately, he has come to realize that he tried to help someone who, for one, likely didn't deserve his help, and two, was obviously involved in murder allegations. So he has come to realize that his friendship with that individual and his desire to protect that individual have now cost him. Mr. Steele, he was working full-time prior to this offense. He has a girlfriend with whom he has a child, and he cares deeply about that child. It has bothered him greatly that he's been away from that child at such a young age. He was trying to do the right thing. He unfortunately allowed himself to be susceptible to outside influences from others that were not dedicated to doing the right thing. But again, Mr. Steele was working full-time prior to this happening. The allegation that there was a trade of firearms going on, while Mr. Steele should acknowledge today and will acknowledge today that he was responsible for much discussion with his cohorts about trading firearms and what can we get for this, and oh, maybe we can get one of those. Yes, that definitely went on, and he's not going to deny that that occurred. He did think that having firearms and being around firearms was cool. Obviously, that belief has now cost him greatly because he's been in jail as the result of being around those other people and their firearms. The firearm that Mr. Steele was in possession of was stolen, but there are no allegations that he was responsible for the theft of that firearm. And again, he is here today because he thought that having firearms and living some lifestyle was cool, but hopefully he is quickly realizing that it is not cool. Mr. Steele, if he were to be given a term of community control sanctions, would go back to work. He would try his best to comply with all conditions that you may place upon him. I do think that having a structured dedicated supervision to him by the government would help Mr. Steele try get himself on the right path and teach him the things he can and cannot do, and the things he must do if he wants to keep his freedom. I do think that he maybe needs to engage in some programming. I know with his previous probation, while he wasn't ordered to do counseling, he was ordered to ultimately do a program thinking for a change. I have heard from the Adult Parole Authority that people do respond well to that program. He has never taken that program. He was not on probation for all that long prior to this offense, and that again was misdemeanor probation which was essentially inactive probation. He didn't have to report in person or anything like that. So while he was in the car with these firearms that day, there's no indication that he was trying to hide evidence or knew that a search warrant was going to be executed or anything like that. It was him hanging out with his buddy, Vance Triplett. So I would ask that you take those things into account and note that he has tried to do the right thing by speaking with law enforcement and has tried to understand what brought him here before you today, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, what do you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
Actually, is it okay if I read this?
Go ahead.
First, I want to say that I am truly sorry to my family, the courts, my kid, and most importantly, the victims for my wrongdoings. I am not a bad person. I just made a bad choice, which affected a lot of people. I know you, Honorable Judge O'Donnell, take your job very seriously by serving and protecting your community. I am in no way trying to defend my own actions, but simply taking responsibility. I'd be wrong if I did not say I hope and pray you give me a second chance to not only be there for my son, but to show you and others who I am as a person and how pure and true my intentions are, and how much I learned from the choices that I made. Before coming to jail, I was on my way back to school to get my diploma. With graduation in Alliance, it was going to Cleveland Job Corps so that I could be an educated father and not another person, oppressed by society, and not being able to be there for my job. Not being able to be there for my kid and get a good paying job. I try so hard to be perfect for my son, but nobody's perfect. I've never been to jail before, but being in jail was a good thing. It gave me time to think and reflect on myself, the people I consider my friends, and the choices I made to get myself here. But the biggest realization is that this is not some place I would like to be. It should surely not who I am as a person or the way that I was raised. And this is very unacceptable and following for the rest of my life. Never in a million years would I have thought I would be in jail away from my family, my son, and hearing all the struggle I caused. I am a firm believer and with God, anything is possible. And if given a second chance, I want you to know that I have a promising full plan of action. And again, I want the courts and the victims to know that I am sorry and hope from the bottom of my heart that you all can accept my apology and take who I am as a person into consideration. And not just me off my past. I promise I'm not a bad person. I just made a dumb, young-minded bad choice. And believe me, got beyond scared straight. Hopefully my book is not judged by its cover, but I'm still young and can only imagine how hard life can get after prison. And I want to say thank you for the opportunity of letting me speak and hear my testimony.
When did you write that?
I actually wrote this. I had it last week, but I wrote it quite a couple times, and I was trying to find the perfect words to say, but then I prayed a little bit, and nobody's perfect. There's no such thing as the perfect words to say. I can only speak from my heart and show you who I am as a person.
How long have you been in jail?
Since September 17th, Your Honor.
What have you been doing?
I have made some playful choices, but really.
Some what?
Playful choices.
Playful? What do you mean playful?
I do have an in-house charge for horse playing.
Well, you got charges for fighting.
It's horse playing and creating a disturbance, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading what they put you in a hole each of these times you did this, right?
I went to the hole twice, Your Honor, and one of them was possession of contraband, and the other one was horse playing and creating a disturbance.
How many times?
Twice.
What are you doing hanging around Solomon Gaston in there?
Solomon Gaston was somebody that I knew of outside before.
Knew of?
Yeah.
How did you know of him?
I knew of him from Snapchat. We was and after that we began to talk, and then I came in there, and my first night in there, he didn't recognize me who I was, and then we had quite a few conversations, and then he was there for me as a friend. My first 2 weeks in there, he gave me commissary, and then we played around, stupid young teenager stuff. But
Hanging around De Niro Logan too?
De Niro Logan was my bunkie.
Okay. So there's 6, 7, 8 different incidents with you in the jail. So what have you learned? You said this is the first time you've been in jail. What have you learned from being in jail? Doesn't seem like very much.
Actually, being in jail, I learned that this is not some place that I want to be. I don't want to surround myself around people who might be angry at the world or dealt a bad hand at cards and didn't know how to play them, or want to self-sabotage themselves.
Nobody gets. you Go ahead.
And bring somebody else down with them. There's been times in there where yes, I've gotten 23-hour lockdowns for I won't say petty stuff, but like clothing items, having extra clothing items, or not having my door all the way open, or not having it all the way shut. And I don't want that to affect what, like.
I mean, those may seem like petty things to you, but you placed yourself in a position where you got to follow what you consider petty rules. When you don't follow the petty rules, then there's consequences. But then you keep violating and committing the violation of the petty rules, and keep getting the same result.
It wasn't. I'm not necessarily. It was. I'm like. Where like some of the COs get about it, but it's not me.
Well, you know, quit putting yourself in a position where you've got to conduct yourselves according to what other people perceive as you committing a violation. You put yourself in that position. You got an improper handling when you were a juvenile in 2013. What happened with that? What was that all about?
It was my best friend. My best friend was playing with a firearm, giving me a firearm because it was a splint shell can. The firearm had went off and pinched my whole hand, like pinched the whole palm of my hand. Was fighting the case for a long time, and my best friend, who I still sort of kind of talk to today, she like basically forgave me and made sure that it wasn't what it looked like as it was to be.
Okay. What about this theft in Wayne County?
Theft in Wayne County made a horrible choice of. I was working. I made a horrible choice of using someone else's money to go receive products for myself.
What?
To go receive products for myself.
What products?
A vape.
Huh?
A vape.
In Wayne County?
In Wayne County.
They don't have vapes around here?
I had actually moved to Wayne County. I'm not from Lake County, sir, but I had moved to Wayne County. This was when my fiance was pregnant with my son. I moved to Wayne County to raise my kid and get away from everybody and violence and everything.
Why?
I never stopped. So in June I got a new number, and I was calling every day since June all the way up to August, and up to September I have been calling and leaving voicemails to Justin McGrath. And I asked for a message and asked next time he'll be in, and I still.
Okay. What happened with this incident in September of this year?
In September of this year, actually, I've never called off for work, but I called off for work because Vance had asked me to go to probation with him because I was his comfort. So I went to probation I was going to probation office with me. Like, me and Vance was like close friends. Like, at a point in time, I did consider him my brother. But he like somebody is there with him and got him. So I don't really know what he's on probation for.
Where was it?
Cleveland.
Okay. So you went, so go ahead.
As he was asking to come get me, I was like, yeah, because at the same time, what is yours? And what you gave me, and we had went back out to his house, and then got pulled over by the police.
Okay, well, you to pal around with Vance when he went to probation.
At the time, I was already sick.
Probation with Vance?
I already called off work.
Okay, so did you go to?
Before we could get there, we were stopped by police officers.
Pick you up at where you live?
His
Where you living?
Cleveland Heights with my grandmother
Okay, so they, in Cleveland Heights, apartment in Cleveland,
in Cleveland.
and first you divert back to Willoughby,
Yes.
where Vance had just left.
No, he had left Signature Health. I think it was Signature Health in Beechwood.
Okay, so you go back to Vance's house, and then what?
Go back to Vance's house. We go inside for a second. We go inside.
Inside.
I was getting his belongings, and I also wanted to smoke. His mom said that we could inside the house. His mom was original. We had originally went out there and bought a football paper for her youngest son.
Okay, and then what?
And then Vance had asked her house. He had changed his clothes. We would change his shoes, and I went in there and lit them out for a second. And she came in there, basically cussing us out and saying like, "Y'all doing the wrong thing. Come on, let's go." And we got in the car. And as we got
What
in
does
the
that
car,
mean, doing the wrong thing?
smoking instead of running no time. And got in the car and we had pulled off
Smoking what?
a mile. And we had got in the car, pulled off. As we pulled off, she was actually with cussing both of us out. And then she was like, "I don't hear nothing y'all got to say. Just stop talking to me. Y'all aggravating and stuff." And then after all that, she was like, "The police behind me, put your seatbelts on." Put our seatbelts on, and then the police had pulled us over, grabbed Vance out the car, and then asked if I had any questions. I told them no, and then she had asked what it's about, and then also asked the same question, and then they had asked for my name, and then it was like we have to see if the detective want to talk to you, and then after that I got detained inside the car, and they had asked for what firearms. They asked who the firearms was inside the car, and I told them that one of them belonged to me, and I got transported to Willoughby Police Department.
Which one belonged to you?
None of them really belonged to me, but I took the blame for it because I touched it last, and I do watch a lot of.
Well, where did that come from?
Where did what come from?
Where did the gun come from?
From my knowledge, the gun was reported stolen, so it was.
What?
It was under the seat. It was under Vance's seat,
How did you know it was there?
because they told me it was there.
Okay.
And I have all my reports and everything, and
So you didn't see anybody go in the apartment, take any guns out, and put them in the car?
No,
You didn't see that?
no,
You didn't take anything out of the apartment?
I never took anything out the apartment.
Did Vance or his mother take anything out of the apartment?
Not that I was paying attention to. No,
So how many guns were in the car?
it was 2 in total inside the car.
All right. Now, how did you know it was stolen?
It was actually days prior. I think it was a Sunday night, or it was a Sunday night or Saturday night. I did look up on the ATF public website, and they said it was stolen from Willoughby.
The one that was under the seat?
The one that I had prior before.
What?
The one that I had prior before trying to return it to Vance. Yes.
Was that in the car?
Yes.
How did that get in the car?
It was in the car because I already had it on my person.
All right, when he picked you up in Cleveland Heights?
In Cleveland
You
Heights,
didn't tell me that, right? So where was that gun when the
That's-
cop stopped you?
That was the gun. I was also under the seat.
Okay, you told me there was a gun under the seat that you didn't know was there. It was already there.
No, I never
Okay.
said that.
All right. So where, you looked up that over the previous weekend
Yes.
on the ATF website.
ATF website.
How did you know to go to an ATF website?
It's like, I wouldn't say I'm dumb, but it's like, I do watch a lot of crime TV shows. I do watch a lot of like Chicago PD, 911, and I did just have the thought to look it up because something that seemed right about it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Now, how did it come to be that you looked up, that you knew to look up on an ATF website whether a gun was listed as stolen or not?
This is
Don't
my-
tell me you saw it on Chicago PD, okay?
I didn't say I saw it, but I do watch a lot of shows, and I did decide to look it up. But I didn't look up ATF.com. I looked up how to tell if a gun is stolen or not, and I searched about the serial number.
Why did you suspect that that gun was stolen?
Because something didn't seem right about it and the way it was brought
Where
to
did you get it?
Vance.
Vance gave it to you.
Yes.
That should have told you right away it was stolen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only gun you looked up on the ATF website?
Yes.
Is that the only time you've ever done that?
Yes.
Is that the only involvement you've had with guns?
No, not besides my
What
minor.
other involvement have you had with guns,
Um,
besides the juvenile offense?
Besides my juvenile offense, Nothing pretty much besides, I have a couple friends who died from gun violence.
They're what?
Died from gun violence. And I
What
have,
involvement have you had with guns?
that's,
He's asking about your text messages.
besides, buying something to trade, and that was the only other involvement I had was me texting Vance.
What were you trading?
I wasn't trading nothing. It was like, it was a conversation and asking about it.
Conversation with Vance?
Yes,
And who else?
just Vance.
Talking about trading guns?
Yes. We're talking about other guns, but not trading guns and buying them, but yes.
Buying guns?
Yes.
From where?
I don't know from where.
So you and Vance are just having a conversation about buying guns, but it wasn't like you were gonna buy guns or trade guns or anything else?
Not on my end, no.
Not, but on his end?
On his end, probably. I can't.
Why do you admire Vance so much?
I didn't, it's,
What thing has he done to advance your life, your buddy?
truth be told, he has, like,
Nothing. The answer's nothing.
nothing. But when I first moved to Willoughby, you know, it wasn't for the time where I'd go to school and everything, and he'd be at the bus stop getting his little brother, and his mom would, like, check up on me, make me food plates, and I'd go over there and talk to her. And then when I went to prison, I did, like call to check up on him.
When did Vance go to prison?
I believe it was 2022 or 2023.
When did he get out?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you thought it was a good idea to reacquaint yourself with your buddy, who you knew was no good?
Not necessarily. I was more necessarily checking up on a person who I, like, felt bad for and tried to save.
Why are you worrying about saving Vance or anybody else? Look at you. Why are you worried about saving Vance or anybody else?
Truth be told, I don't know, Your Honor. I'm not gonna say I didn't, like, in my heart, it's just, I'm just a caring person. I care for some people who shouldn't deserve
You
to
don't
be
care
cared
for yourself. If you cared for yourself,
I
you wouldn't be standing here. Okay, so don't tell me you care for other persons, okay? Why are you trying to skirt around what you did and why you did it?
I'm not trying to skirt around.
Well,
it, Your Honor.
you are. You're not doing a very good job of it, but that's exactly what you're trying to do, okay? What have you been doing for 122 days?
122 days, not the whole 122 days, because sometimes I can't go to church, but I go to church. I'd attend NA meetings, AA meetings.
How old are you?
20 years old, Your Honor.
What is it you're gonna do?
As in, if given a second chance, first thing I'm gonna do is.
Well, leave me out of it, okay? You put yourself in this predicament, I didn't, okay? Question is not what I'm gonna let you do, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna get out and actually be a father to my kid, and of course, go back to school and get my
You
diploma.
keep saying your kid, is it a boy or a girl?
It's
Kid,
my
son?
My
Your
son,
son
but-
got a name?
Kamarion.
Okay. Should probably call him by his name instead of a kid.
Right.
So
But-
what are you gonna do?
Get out, be the best parent I could be of course, for Kamarion. Go get my diploma so that I can actually get a good paying job and not be stuck in fast food.
Like
for
what?
the rest
Job
of my
of
life.
what? What kind of job?
Actually, I want to go back to my CDLs. The rest of my family has their CDLs, but if I can't succeed in that, I will go back to construction. And I do have a history of rehabbing houses, so I have no problem with being in construction. I have goals after goals.
You've been talking to Vance
I talked to Vance twice since I've been in here, yes.
twice?
Yes.
Twice?
Your Honor, I don't know how many times, but I do know that they have had communications.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to him?
The last time I talked to Vance was, it was possibly weeks ago.
Why are you talking to Vance?
Sometimes he asks how I'm doing and do I need anything.
You haven't learned too much about Vance in the last 122 days?
I have, but I don't know, I just made a stupid decision, but I'm still trying to communicate myself with him.
Why?
being in here, I feel like I have nobody, and outside I have a whole lot of people who support me, but sometimes I do go without, and it's, I don't know.
What does your dad do?
My dad is a truck driver.
How long has he been doing that?
For more than 5 years, I believe. He's also behind me as well.
I figured that. So Ms. Hibbert is asking me to put you on probation. For what? To do what? To accomplish what?
To accomplish the goals I have of being there for my son Kamarion and raising him, being as perfect father as I can be, and getting my life straight and learning from my mistakes, so that this is one thing I won't have to repeat.
Okay. Did Triplet ever make it to probation that day?
No.
So you're still you're still not being straight with me on that whole day, okay? Because he asked you to go with him to the probation department.
Yes.
So he picks you up in Cleveland Heights.
Yes.
And then goes the opposite way
to drop off a football
to
paper.
Willoughby.
Yes, to drop a football paper to Igeon Triplet, who attends Willoughby's, like Willoughby South and Willoughby Middle School is all combined together, but I went to South, so I always say Willoughby South.
Football paper for what?
It was his physical.
The season had been underway for 6 weeks at that point. This is
September?
September 18th, okay? If he had his physical done, he wouldn't have been playing the last 6 weeks.
If I could promise you, and you can look in my heart and my mind and see, it was like I was told it was the physical paper, and she had to drop it off to Igeon.
So you went there, and then you were going to South to drop that off?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were gonna go to the probation department?
Yes.
And you're sick?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't necessarily like boo-hoo sick, but
what's your issue with drugs?
I really have no issue with drugs. It's just sometimes I do smoke, like on my free time from work. I did smoke weed, but that was the only drug that I ever really used heavy.
Okay. What did you use not heavy?
Not heavy. I didn't really use drugs not heavy. Like,
well, ecstasy, you've used that before, right?
I used that before, yes.
Okay, so when I ask you that question, I expect a truthful answer. Okay. So you don't have a drug problem?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So you were just involved in this because you had some admiration for Vance?
Basically, Your Honor, yes.
Have you ever had any mental health treatment before?
I did go to Beachbrook, and I did have the big.
What's Beachbrook?
Beachbrook is like, it was a while ago, but Beachbrook is I don't know really how to describe it now because I haven't been there in a while, but I did the Big Brother Big Sister program and been to Signature Health.
Okay, but what about mental health treatment?
I did nothing but counseling and therapy.
For what?
For anxiety, depression, bipolar depression, and PTSD.
And that was with Signature?
That was with Signature Health.
When's the last time you were there?
Last time I was there was I believe it was the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023.
Okay, why'd you stop going there?
Because I met my fiance Cassidy, and I started confiding into Cassidy, and I got closer with Cassidy, and I feel like it was unbreakable, and she was my person that I would be able to talk to and fully like relate to and have like deep conversations with. I feel like I can have with nobody else.
So if that support existed, why are you getting involved in nonsense like this?
Truth be told, Your Honor, I don't know.
Truth be told.
Truth be told, I don't know. It was.
Don't you think you should find out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else you wanna tell me?
Truth be told, I got myself involved with Vance because I had love for him. Like, it was a friendship that, like, I didn't want to take for granted, but now I know that that's not who I want to surround myself around, and somebody I can't be with if you.
Well, what concerns me is you should have, of course you should realize that's not somebody that you wanna hang around, but you're still in contact with them. You've been in jail, you're still in contact with them.
I mean, I talked to him twice since I've been in here. I have seen him, but I never been in contact with him and said anything besides, yeah, I'm cool, or stuff along that nature.
I think he's trying to say he didn't initiate the contact.
So what? Would he forced you to talk to him, or what?
No, but it's hard to ignore somebody who you once had love for.
That's kind of a stunning statement from somebody who's been sitting in jail for 122 days, a lot of it attributed to your buddy Vance. That tells me things aren't likely to change.
Things can't change.
I know they can. I said they're not likely to. The only way things can change is if you change them.
I will change them because I put it on the scales and realize, like, together, I don't want to be a jailbird or a criminal bird. I want to be a free bird and be able to be with everything I can be to my greatest possibility.
Similar, have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state submitted a sentencing memorandum for the court's consideration. Sentencing is not confined to the four corners of the indictment or the pre-sentence report. The court is required to look deeper, to look at who the defendant actually is, how he's conducted himself over time, and what risk he poses moving forward. The court must evaluate not just what happened in this case, but whether his conduct is part of a broader pattern of behavior. The court is not limited to evaluating a single snapshot in time. The court must assess patterns of behavior, the likelihood of recidivism, and whether the defendant has demonstrated genuine accountability. When the court does that in this case, the picture is deeply troubling. What emerges when the court looks beyond the indictment and beyond the sanitized version of facts and circumstances of this case that the defendant has provided, the defendant is a person who's repeatedly engaged in criminal conduct, who has demonstrated an ongoing inability or maybe an unwillingness to conform his conduct to the law, and who continues to minimize his behavior rather than accept responsibility for it. The defense asks the court to focus narrowly on the offenses for which the defendant was convicted in isolation and without meaningful consideration of his conduct. This is not a defendant who made a single poor decision on September 17th, 2025 of improperly handling a firearm that was stolen in a motor vehicle. As set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, the state is asking the court to look at the defendant through his own words and through his own conduct. The defendant's use of the alias Glock, the defendant's jail calls, the defendant's text messages with Vance Triplett, the defendant's
Why is your
statements-
alias Glock?
My favorite rapper is, at a point in time, was Key Glock.
Who?
Key Glock.
Okay. Do you see the irony here that your alias is Glock and you're sitting here on gun charges? Do you
Yes,
see
Your Honor.
that?
Yes.
Okay, maybe you ought to change your alias. Maybe you ought to just use your name and stop with the alias bullshit, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because you're 20 years old, you're not 14 years old. Go ahead, Ms. Emmeline.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is the defendant's words, his conduct, his prior juvenile adjudication for a weapons offense that establishes his unlawful pattern of buying, selling, and trading firearms. Firearms he's not even legally old enough to possess. The defendant traded a firearm to Vance Triplett, and he received that stolen Glock 43X in return, which is the basis for the charges in this case. The firearm that the defendant gave to Triplett was provided to a juvenile who used it in a murder. The state is not asking the court to hold the defendant criminally responsible for that murder, nor to enhance his sentence based on that crime. Rather, the state submits that this fact is relevant to evaluating the gravity of the risk that created by defendant's conduct and the danger that he poses if allowed to continue similar behavior. The defendant's conduct created an actual and concrete public safety risk, not a hypothetical one. The court is not being asked to assume what could happen, but look at what did happen when the defendant unlawfully traded a firearm to his friend and what that firearm was later used to do. When this defendant's conduct is viewed in its totality, a prison sentence is warranted. The harm caused here is not theoretical, and the risk the defendant poses is not merely speculative. The defendant's poor behavior shows a pattern of choices that places others at risk and demonstrates that lesser sanctions that have been attempted in the past have not been sufficient to deter him from criminal conduct. A sentence that fails to account for his role in enabling lethal violence would demean the seriousness of his conduct, undermine the purposes of felony sentencing, and fail to protect the community. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I've reviewed the pre-sentence report, the psychological evaluation, the state's memorandum. I've listened to Mr. Steele, I've listened to counsel. I have considered all the provisions in 29, 29, 11, 29, 29, 12, and 29, 29, 13. It's important for you, Mr. Steele, whatever happens to you, to get yourself acquainted with the truth and quit trying to soft sell everything. Okay, because it's apparent to me that you stand here spouting a lot of half-truths and trying to evade what actually happened. No, we're not all stupid, okay? We're all not as stupid as you think we are. So you maybe ought to consider that for your future, because you're 20 right now. You're 20, you've got a felony as a juvenile, and now you've got a felony as an adult. Why don't you have a driver's license?
I got pulled over twice with no insurance, but the day I was pending for my insurance to come through, it didn't go through, and I got pulled over. It was with possession and illegal tent, and I was in here the day I had to pay for an SR-22 bond to get my license.
Okay. So you have, when did you get a license?
I got a license last year. No, not that. It's 2026. I got a license at the end of 2023, beginning of 2024, in February.
I'm looking at, Dave, I'm looking at these traffic offenses, 2 from June of 25, a tint and a failure to yield right away, but it said he's been suspended 3 times. You've been suspended 3 separate times?
No, this is my first time getting my license suspended.
Okay, and you got a suspension because you didn't have insurance when you got the failure to yield right away?
Yes, but I did have my temps, my Ohio ID suspended.
Hold on.
2 times he was cited for traffic violations, he didn't have insurance. And there's also a license forfeiture through our municipal court. So
Okay.
money owed.
Okay. All right. Now, these are 2 felonies of the 4th degree. And the reason that you're getting the recommendation from the state of prison sentence is because all the other stuff swirling around here and your activities with regard to those weapons, okay? And that's a fair recommendation because of your activity. Because somehow, instead of conducting yourself as an adult, like say your father who goes to work and drives a truck, you decide you want to be like Vance Triplett, who spends time in prison. Well, shake your head no, but that's why you're sitting here, because you decided to follow that example. Now, in consideration of everything, I'm going to place you on community control for 5 years. And I guess I'll find out if I'm right or Ms. Himmeline was right. You're going to serve 180 days in jail with credit for 122. The last 30 days, you're going to enter into and complete the jail treatment program and follow all the recommendations. After you complete the jail treatment program, you're going to enter into the NeoCap program, complete that, and follow all those recommendations. You're to have no drugs or alcohol, and you'll be screened. You're going to get a mental health evaluation. You're going to follow those recommendations. You're going to obtain and maintain full employment. You're going to get a valid driver's license. You're going to have no contact with Triplett or Fitch. No contact with Triplett or Fitch. And you're going to pay the costs and supervision fees. Mr. Tompkins, any other terms you think are applicable?
Judge, just to clarify, who's Fitch?
Fitch is Triplett's mother, the one who was in the car with him. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't believe there's any other.
And all the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, sorry.
Yeah.
GED, high school diploma?
Yeah, get your GED or diploma. You expressed an interest in wanting to do that anyway, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it should be a breeze. You understand all the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have any question about any of the terms?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, if you don't comply with the terms, then the state will file a motion to terminate your community control. And if I find you violated, then I'll discover that Ms. Himmeline was correct, and I'll send you to prison for 36 months. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The remaining, were those dismissed before we started?
Your Honor, those were already dismissed.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Himmeline?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Hibbard?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So I've done what I've done, and just so you're aware, what I've done has no consequence on whether there's nothing that indicates what I have done is going to impact you one way or the other. Okay. So it's inconsequential what I do. It's very consequential what you do. Adjourn.
All rise.
Yes. So, yeah, so you'll be in the 58 days, okay, last 30 days, you'll be doing